Hello. It is time. I'm actually... You can't see it, but when I have this open, like this, there's like a border that crosses over to the other monitor. And I'm always using this scene, I say, that workspace as essentially like one app full screen. So I'm trying to figure out, trying to set it up so that I can have just nothing on there, no border if there's only one. Because I have this is for full screen, this is for a workspace with only one window. I don't know what TV1 is. What is TV? Tiled only, floating only. Oh. Maybe it would just be V? Tiled. Ah, yeah. Yeah, so I think specifically workspace 5, which is where I have all this stuff down. I just want nothing. I think it's 5. Wait, how do I do this? ID range. Oh, I think I just separated with spaces, don't I? Combine selectors. Do you have an example of the number and then... Window rule. Oh, I guess I would write match workspace and like 2 match workspaces. Okay, so I guess I do a space and then W1V. It would be border 0. Well, I guess I actually can just combine these. Oh, no. Is it like 1V plus or 1 plus V? like 1-4. I guess I could write 1 to 99 or something. Just a large number. What is it? Flags and then the number? Of course. Okay, so it doesn't work. Why did it not work? I'm guessing I have to do like match workspace. Match workspace, a number, and then match. Or would it just be like F and then 5? I don't know. They have a really weird way of, for some reason they don't show this one. Like what if I put 5 at the end? No. What is R? Why don't they use that? You know, let me just say if there's one pinned window, if there's one floating window, let me just change that. I think it's all I have to do. And then workspace 5. Then gaps. Or just thin borders. Okay, cool. The border is gone now. Alright, cool. I just want to do that. 1 second. I gotta set the camera up. What? What in the hell? Wait, why is it so bright? No, that's not correct. My room is not that bright right now. What's up with that? No, something is wrong. Something is simply just wrong. Because I'm at like 100. No, that's what? Something's wrong with the camera. That's really strange. Let me just try like changing the resolution or something to see if that fixes it. Change the color format. What is going on? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, now it has like a reasonable number. Okay. That was really weird. It was like applying... Like, what was the equivalent number? Yeah, it was like 500. It was like putting in 500 when I had I wrote 100 and it was like acting like it was like this. It was like 500. Strange. Okay. No need for backlight compensation. Okay. All right. So I've got the vehicle exactly where I want it right now. I think I'm gonna do. I think I want the. Can I change this type? No, I probably shouldn't do that. I wish you could hide these. I wish Node had like a visibility thing on it. It really could. Okay. I think I want to get the tires set up on the vehicle now. So currently they're just like they're literally just visual meshes and that's all they are. So I want to add I want to make them rigid bodies. Yeah, I want to make them rigid bodies. Okay. So let me add a rigid body. Not like that. This here. Okay. Take that off. That's weird. All right, actually, tire mesh. Not reparent. Wheel. Front left. I should reset all of that. So now this takes on that position. Which is kind of interesting because I didn't really do that. But I think I know why. Because wheel path is going to... Yeah, we should go to this wheel. So I need to set these up so that if the wheel node is a rigid body, I will apply angular, just all the exact same angular angular velocity to the wheels and forces to the wheel. I'm just struggling to see the screen. The wall behind me is not even like very bright yet. Okay, but this will, yeah, this needs a shape. The mass. 1 sec. Hey Daniel, install Meteor Client on your Minecraft? I don't even know what that is. So solver should be custom integrator, I think. Center forces would be disabled. Yeah, I need that to be turned on. Body settlement, force integration. Axis lock? Oh, that's a local axis? Or I guess relative to its parent. I'm not sure if I can turn any of those on, but I probably should. Center of mass, I would like to be centered. Inertia. I'll have to figure this out. I think perhaps for no. Could I use a sphere? No, I probably really should not use a sphere. Is it possible to use like a fat capsule? No, because you just get... Right, okay. Because it just goes down to a sphere. Alright. Cylinder shape it is. I want it to have like this torus shape, honestly. The tire should have a torus shape. Or at least be smooth along the sides. Alright. 414. I don't even know what the width of this is. I guess the width comes from the settings. You can make your own cylinder. Oh, convex, right. Why is like its center position over there? Okay. All right, if I want to get that crazy, which I think I do later. Okay, so first of all, this collider that I'm making is specifically for dynamic bodies. I think it's fine if it's got the sharp edges on the side. But the collider for the actual wheel is not acceptable to me. I will at some point in the future be changing that so it's actually rounded. Or at least has some softness to it. 232. 323. Wow. Yeah, because this is like the true shape of the wheel, right? So whenever I like go up against a curb, the wheel will just pop up immediately like this. It won't like it doesn't have like it needs like a sloped edge or something. So it doesn't pop up so quickly. Which I also just need to make the suspension limit like the force it can apply in one tick, because it's way too high right now. All right, but that's just the wheel shape there. Now, what happens when I put rigid bodies inside of other bodies? I'm really not sure what happens. I'm really not sure what happens. I'm sure it's not going to be very good. And I'm actually just going to... I can just delete those. Actually, I'll use BR. Okay. That is awesome. They just snap right into place. I am so good at this. Okay. Now, I know when I tested this before, I had one of the wheels and it was weird. Yeah, okay, so that's actually strange. Why did the front tires do that and the back tires went normal? Oh, they just snapped into place. That's... huh? Why? Well, I know they don't really have anything exactly custom for this. Just gonna make sure that all these are custom integrator. I didn't get any error outputs. That's weird that they didn't track. They should just be tracking in place. Maybe the world is just weird and not loaded correctly. That is really weird. Every wheel should just be getting put into place. Surely it's not here, right? That probably is here. Wheel setup. Oh yeah, it would have to be here. So update wheel transforms happens every single tick. For some reason, the first two wheels as a node 3D. Strange, why the first two wheels not? There's nothing here that's unique. There's nothing unique about this. Okay, I'm just gonna guess I need to like reload the project. I'm just gonna guess I need to reload. Something's different about those two wheels. Please. There's no reason. Why do they do that? Huh. That's really weird. I touch like the back wheel to get them to move and then they snap into place. Okay, so when this loads, body state change is called update wheel transforms. Vehicle get wheel size. Those are the first two wheels. Wheel local transform has nothing to do with the nodes. Dang. So we enter the tree, we set up the wheels, and then we update the wheel transforms. Set up wheels, wheel resize wheel paths. Try to cast to a node 3D. I would get errors if that fails. If either one of those two were null. And then it would call update wheel transforms. But there's just nothing here that's like changes what it does. It doesn't suddenly become aware of the front wheels. It's just not setting them at all. And then it suddenly sets them. Maybe it's just, yeah, it's just because I'm using the set transforms. Probably all it really is. Because you're not supposed to call set transform. You're supposed to call, like, apply stuff. I don't know. Yeah, this is weird. Really doesn't make any sense. I mean, like I said, I know that it's like wrong. It is technically wrong what I'm doing with these. By having the wheels just be rigid bodies attached to this truck vehicle like this. That is incorrect. But they shouldn't be doing that. Floating in place. Especially when the back tires are correct. Oh, the back... I lost one of the back tires. Are they going to sleep? Like, why did I lose one of the tires? I'm so confused. Why is it facing that way? Why is it facing this weird direction too? It's like one of the wheels is required to be detached all the time or something. Oh, this wheel's detached again. Odd. Well, I mean, okay. I should expect weird stuff because you're not supposed to move things like this. Especially when I have custom integrator turned on. This isn't the right way to do this, is it? It's probably not the right way to do this. Thanks for following, Cash. You're gonna drive my car? Alright. Go for it. I'm trying to think. I wonder if what I should do is set up the wheels so they have like a body in the world. But these are just these are basically springs, is what these are. Let me check. This doesn't make anything. Yeah. Does this doesn't do anything either, does it? Yeah. Can probably close that. Yeah, there's no physics body in this simulation. They do use this. How does it know the contact positions? That's actually a good question. How does it know M contact body? It has to be given this somewhere, right? Combine friction. How does it get this? This is a property of the wheel. Okay, so this is determined from the wheel. Yes. Though, yeah, this is a pointer to the pointer. Is it? No. Wait, how does this work? I'll be right back. I'm back. This doesn't make a pointer, right? This is dereferencing the pointer, or whatever the term is. This is making it a not a pointer, right? That syntax. I guess I could look up the method and see what the method takes, and then I would know. All right, combine friction. Wheel? Wait. It just calls combined friction. What is that? Oh. Vehicle constraint, get combined friction. These both vehicle constraint? They are. Right, close one of them then. Get combined friction is a combined function which accepts a reference. Yeah. Where does it get the collision? Oh, I think it probably says it here, right? Wheel contact body is body ID. Okay. How do I do this? How can I make it so when the wheels like touch something dynamic, they are affected by it and the thing is affected by the wheels? I thought I would just use a rigid body, and I guess it's probably what I should use, but not like this. Because it doesn't... The system doesn't understand its motion properties. Okay, let me try this first. Let me make it so that these are only yeah, I mean that was probably my first mistake, right? These should only be colliding with dynamic bodies. So they should exist on no layer actually. And they should collide with I guess character rigid, object rigid, and small rigid. Maybe not small rigid. And maybe they get their own layer then, actually. I guess they could be character... No, they probably need their own layer. Okay. They definitely need their own layer. So I think layer 9, I'll do... What? Do I want to call it wheel? Wheel virtual? Object virtual? What do I need? Okay. Let me think about who does what. So I think the wheel essentially asks like, all right, who am I colliding with? So it should probably have a mask for... Okay, the mask is what it can collide with. I could have it collide with nothing and just exist on a different layer. And... Alright, what I should do is I should leave as much as possible to the physics server to handle. But I don't know, this is like a weird... This is a weird thing. I feel like I probably want to make it so that the wheeled jolt vehicle can accept bodies that it will use. So it can essentially apply those constraints to them. I think the way that it works is the constraints move first, and then you do physics simulations on those. Right? Maybe I should look at that. So the body itself is a vehicle, is a constraint. It's called a vehicle constraint, right? And it is a constraint. On step, I believe, is called for constraints very, very early. It's like the first thing it does. So what it does is it applies forces. So it does, okay. So it does work with a body, specifically. I think this gets like, this does like wheel updates and stuff. Get the world transform. So never modify the transform, we're just moving the body. The issue, I guess, is like desynchronization between the wheels and between the rigid body wheels and where the wheels actually are. I guess what I could do is I could just teleport them every so often to be safe. But I'm so sure that they will detach, and I'd rather not do. I want to have them move without having to teleport them, ever. Okay, you know what? I guess what I get, I actually do have this. I technically have this pre-step callback, so I can use that. I get the vehicle constraint. I get direct access to that. And yeah, the thing is, we use the wheels to apply movement. Actually, let me look at this. Somewhere around here, there's like a very short... There's a pretty short method. Here, solve velocity constraints. I guess there's also position constraints. I guess in theory for the wheels, I think I should be able to use this to... What do these take? These take body transform, suspension direction. So these compute a position for the wheels based on suspension and things like that. I guess possibly wheels could have a ridge body attached to them, and the thing that sucks is that the solve thing here applies it directly onto the body and the contact body. Ideally, what would happen is we would apply this position constraint between the contact body. It's difficult. It's difficult. Because I don't get back the impulse. I just get if an impulse happened. I guess when you do solve position constraint, it does give you... It actually does give the impulse to apply to it. I don't know, it's weird. Because it basically uses a collider shape. And it treats that shape as the... It treats the impact of that shape as the whole body. So I can't actually just insert a wheel in between these two. You know what? Do suspension Also, this is the max up. This isn't... This isn't actually... Oh, that's position. This is velocity, right. Alright, I just closed it, but I guess I'm gonna open it again. So, axis constraint part is what it uses for all of this, but it only operates between two bodies. I'm trying to think of how I would set this up for 3, where the wheel is its own thing. I don't even know. Maybe... Maybe I can set it up so that body 2 is just the wheel. Because it does support both these being dynamic. Then that would actually allow both things to move together. And when the wheel collides with the ground, that's a static body. So the wheel says... It tries to push the wheel into the ground. I mean, that should work, right? It can't move. Let me see exactly... It's like templated. One of these. It can do to both, right? So I could have it just physically attached to that body. Let me see. Yeah, because it's just applying like motions to them, right? So if the wheel is trying to be pushed into the ground by like half, you know, on the spring, basically the vehicle is the heaviest object, so it's really going to have like overpower the wheel's motion there. The wheel's going to move down, or the body's going to move down. The wheel, I guess, can also just have gravity applied to it, so it'll also move it down. But then when they hit the ground, it's going to say, all right, wheel, you push down. It doesn't say wheel push down. It says, wheel, you have a big velocity into the ground now. And then it would say, apply just, you know, that opposing force, which would be very minuscule back into the vehicle. And the wheel, I guess, essentially would be pushing the ground, but then like bounce back up or something. How would that work? I'm assuming it must work because this is all written so it can have, so both bodies can be dynamic. I guess I just kind of wonder how does that really work? I'm sure it must work, right? Okay. That is kind of a big change though, isn't it? I'm looking to see where contact body is just passed in plainly to a function and not as a reference. Or not as a dereferenced one. So this does happen. It tries to get the body from the ID. Full wheel contact test. Collision tester between... Right. Let me look at something. What does this do? Whoa, wait, what? Wait, is that what I do? I was actually looking to see if anything literally creates a body for the wheels. Wheel settings. Wow. I'm actually super surprised by that. Wait, what else does this have? Car body. That's awesome. That's actually exactly what I want. I want to do this. I was thinking, like, there's no way he could make, like, a car simulation and have the tires just be totally unsimulated. Like, fake tires, basically. But he's creating a body for each of the wheels. And then he's setting up collisions, everything. It does make a constraint. Settings, position. Where are these settings coming from? Is that this? No. Where are the settings coming from? Huh? Oh. He's making them right there. Wheel position 1, wheel position 2 is the position, I guess, of the vehicle plus the wheel position right. Axis. Motor settings. Okay. Steering angles. Pre-physics update. Wheels. Wheel constraints. Velocity. Okay, I can do this. The body thing, they make the settings. How do they apply these settings? Wheel constraint, add a constraint. What? Between the car body and the wheel, which is that. Awesome. On the z-axis, 90 degrees. Okay. Is there a video for these? Vehicle 6 degrees of freedom here. Let me jolt vehicle. Will he touch the boxes? Please touch the boxes. Dang. He's avoiding touching the boxes. Man. Okay. I mean, it should work. Any other vehicle? Nope. I wish I knew how to run these. So how does he set up? So just at the end, he just does physics system add constraint. And for the physics update. Set target angular velocity. I mean, that's like exactly what I want to do. The question is, how do they rotate? How do they steer? Set target orientation, steering, rotation. Steering rotation. On the y-axis, steering angle. You know, I honestly think those are pretty simple. I think these are actually really simple. Because really all I have to do is, if there's no brake and the speed has some speed, what is m speed? Apparently hidden. Speed is what? Oh. What? Wait, what's the car body? The car body... No way. Okay. That's not what I expected. So this doesn't even use... Does it? Let me look at this one really quick. Vehicle constraint settings. So this is actually very different. It is like about as different as possible. Essentially, there's no vehicle simulation anymore. It is just wheels that are turning. But this constraint stuff Okay. I'm not quite sure how to do the tires yet, but I think I know what I should do here. Object rigid, it collides with static, and these rigids. It doesn't collide with, yeah, so it doesn't collide with virtual characters. So I'm actually confused why the wheels are colliding with me then. The wheel shouldn't be doing that. So I must be not applying that mask correctly. Okay. So let me check that. When I set up the vehicle constraint, which should be done by someone, init jolt vehicle, jolt vehicle, am I reading this right? Yeah, this is just purely jolt vehicle. Okay. So jolt body, object layer, jolt vehicle get body, that's init collision tester. Init jolt vehicle, init jolt vehicle, get jolt body, jolt server, interesting. So the wheels are still colliding with me, which isn't right. They're not supposed to do that. The collision tester, yeah, the collision tester layer is all set up. Why is that happening? Perhaps I should be using, instead of writing jolt body get collision layer, because I believe these just return integers, I should probably just use Godot's thing. So they are dynamic body, which is a rigid body. So yeah, these don't seem correct. Okay, let me double check my character. Let me double check player. So there's only one thing here. Right. Right. This is only, it's on layer 1. So it should not be reading, the vehicle shouldn't even like act like this exists. But it does. Yeah, it's reading these layers. Player is not on that layer. Don't save that, I didn't change anything. So why does it collide with that? I'm guessing it's because these masks are not going over like I thought they were. It's probably just putting it on. No, how is that happening? Why is it that I walk into the wheel pops up like that? It's as if it's listening to every layer. Jolt body get collision layer. Man, I wish could. Yeah, doesn't work. Jolt Body 3D comes from modules, right? Or is it hit collision layer? Oh, it's not here. Of course it's not here. Why would it be here? Jolt shaped object. It's not here either. I love Godot, man. They're awesome how they just do that. Collision layer and collision mask. All right. Just print it out. What is it? Print a line. The format. I feel like, okay, I feel like that 6 degree of freedom thing might still be a good thing to look at. Because essentially I can just attach it to the vehicle. I guess it just okay, it obviously has to because of how that was set up. In that sample, the wheel's rotation does cause backwards impulses on the other body it is attached to. So when it rotates, it also pushes forward the other body at that point, right? I guess like every frame I can read in. The only thing that sucks is the suspension. The suspension makes it more difficult because not only is the wheel just moving. If the wheel was just fixed and attached to the rigid body, I could just take every frame, the velocity of the vehicle, apply it to the wheel, and it would be fine. I take the angular velocity of the virtual wheel and apply that to the wheel, and it's fine. And it doesn't, like, it doesn't quite work. Anything I do there doesn't really quite work. I wonder if the axis constraint part. No. I was gonna say, what if it can, like, you know, connect the body to itself, right? And it'll apply all those forces onto the body instead of whatever. I did see this, though, which I was a little curious about. It was called dual axis constraint part. What does that mean? Not the same thing. It's the same idea. Two bodies, two forces. What's a two-body constraint? Okay. Not what I'm looking for there. How does the wheel turning actually accelerate the car or push the car? How does that actually work? It must be in here, right? Test collision for wheels. Nothing there. Nothing. Set up velocity constraint. That's just suspension. Position constraints. It has to be here. This one. Longitudinal lateral. Longitudinal and lateral constraints. Okay, so essentially it looks like what it does is it reads each wheel. If it has contact, this is the contact section. If there's no contact, it doesn't do anything. And yeah, it essentially just applies impulses directly to the vehicle. I wonder if the collision tester one sec. Can we go auto yet? Nice. Brake force. We assume that once the wheels are locked, that the brakes have more than enough torque to keep the wheels locked. So we exclude any rotation deltas. That's kind of weird. Why? Linear impulse. By max tire friction. Okay. I think I need to say that I can't. I can, but I should not. I should not make it so that the wheels are rigid bodies that are rotated by the engine and they apply forces back to the suspension, essentially, which applies to the vehicle. I shouldn't do that. I can do that. But the reason I shouldn't do that is because that would take... That's a lot of changing, I think. There's a lot to change to make that happen. So I shouldn't do that. I need to look for a shortcut to make it so that... Well, first of all, I want to see what the collision layer is because it seems like it's wrong. I shouldn't be able to touch the tires in the first place, and yet somehow I am. So it's already wrong. Alright, so what do I get when I run? Okay, so it claims layer 64 and mask 112. So 64 plus 32 plus 16. I mean, that seems right. I'm sure it's right. $112. Okay. So I've proven that the collision is getting the correct settings. I've proven that. The issue is that it's still wrong. The collision tester is still wrong. So, is it that this, where would it be? I just have written collision tester at the bottom of this file. Where do those come from? Where do these functions come from? Vehicle collision tester cylinder. Jolt globals. Vehicle collision tester cast cylinder. I mean, that's what I thought I would see. So why does that not work? Am I possibly passing it in reverse? That's a good question. That wouldn't really make sense because then I wouldn't be able to collide with the ground. The terrain should only be... Let me check what the terrain layer is. Yeah, the terrain only exists on layer 5. So that's not quite right. was gonna say unless it's been changed here, but it's not. And I know it's not. I know it's the correct layer. But it's definitely colliding with myself. So, yes, I'm just going to look at the implementation of this method. Cast cylinder, predict contact properties. Predict contact, I'm not really sure what that is. Get broad phase layer filter from the object filter. Layer query. Default broad phase layer filter. What are those? What are the defaults? What's the default? Oh. You know what? Let me go and take a look at this. Possibly I didn't set up the wheels correctly. What am I missing? Hey, Yo-Yo. Oh, there it is. Jeez. Okay, layers moving. What's their layers? It was in the samples, wasn't it? Yeah. Layers moving. Object layer 5. Something. Why are they colliding with the player? That is what's happening, right? These are just colliding with the player. Also, they have this extra thing here that I'm not really sure what it means. They have this this convex radius fraction. What does that mean? Shapecast. Settings. Collector. How do they? Object layer filter, broad phase layer filter, body filter. Object layer. I'm really confused. How does this work? All right, I'm gonna try something. No more static collision. Does it fall through the ground? It should. Yep, there it goes. Okay. So what if I take off those masks? I should still be able to touch it, but the wheels shouldn't. Okay. I shouldn't be able to mess with the wheels. I'm messing with the wheels. Okay. I need it. Okay. Yeah. So I've decided I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't do that. These have to be meshes, they can't be anything else. Unfortunately. Yeah. So oh yeah, let me take those layers off again. So it seems like player must be categorized as static or something. Like somehow I am static. That's the only explanation there for why the tires are doing that. Yeah, okay. What if they don't exist on a layer? They should only be colliding with static. So this means that my player... Okay. So when I put these on layer 7... Object A can detect a contact with Object B only if Object B is in any of the layers that Object A scans. So putting this on layer 7, Object Rigid. The player... Let me double check, I don't know. Yeah, the player is in player virtual. It can collide with Object Rigid. I can touch the object, but the other thing shouldn't be moving. The other thing doesn't detect me. That's the weird part. So do I have an object rigid collider on me? Or a static? No. What is going on with that? I don't think I have any code that applies forces to something I touch. That wouldn't make any sense. Maybe I am. If my ground details... No, that doesn't make any sense. How was that vehicle moving? Collide. Because the body filter's default, object layer filter uses either M object layer filter or something from object layer. Cast shape, object layer filter. I'll be right back. I'm back. Chair gaming. Alright, where was I going with this? Something's just wrong with this shapecast. The object layer filter should be the mask. I guess there's also the broad phase layer filter, which comes from here. This comes from here. These should both be null pointer at first. Set object layer. Layer invalid. So broad phase layer filter and object layer filter. Is it possible that these are both supposed to be the same thing when I set it up? Because what I do is I say map to object layer. Oh, there's broad phase layer. Collision layer and collision mask. Jolt space 3D. Genuinely. There's too many things. So when we call, and I hate this, man, like, don't define them all in the header file. If you're going to define the one function in the header file, put them all in the header file. Please. Map to object layer. It's not defined. Okay. Map to object layer. Layers to object layer. Awesome. Now I gotta go back to find out what layers is. What's layers? Jolt layers. Jolt layers. Two object layers defined here. No. To object layer. Collision layer and collision mask. You know what? Let me go check this one. This one says collision layer, collision mask. Layer, mask. Layer, mask. Layer, mask. Encode collision layer and mask. Object layer 0. Find collision. Okay. Interesting. So is it a mistake with this method? Object layer count. If next object layer, allocate object layer. Increment this value. Equals collision. Encode collision. So I only get 32 bits. No way. Okay, they do only give me 32. All right. Okay. I'm so, you know, I still don't understand. I still don't understand. This is very weird to me. First scans second, or second scans first. That's where the mistake is. But it's not really like a mistake here, though. All right. So this is happening because the player, if either object collides with each other, they both collide with each other. That's what's happening. So because if I put the vehicle into this layer, it can suddenly collide with it. Perhaps I need to make it so the wheels... No, how would I do this? Essentially what I would really like is for the wheels to only collide with essentially there's nothing in here that says I don't know. It's a bit annoying. I don't think I should change this. It's weird. Because it searches for body rigid. And then it uses that layer mask, which is just some encoded value generated at runtime for every combination of stuff. But then it comes back out here and it says what does decode layers do? Body is sensor. Yeah, just the thing is, here at this point, I'm getting some like generic, like random, effectively randomly generated layer. And I'm guessing the... It sucks, it sucks, it sucks. How can I do this? This has to exist on some layer. The truck vehicle has to be on layer 7. And... I don't know, I guess player can just not... Player can just have a static mask. But how will it push other things? That's the issue. When I... Where is it? So when I do motion... What is it? Wall normals. So this uses collisions, body test motion, with a movement. So annoying. I need it to be the case where if I walk forward, I will collide with the vehicle, right? It's reading through my mask, it sees the vehicle on layer 7, and it touches the vehicle and it doesn't push the vehicle. And when the wheels test, I want them to only read these layers, right? This is the issue. The mask and the layer aren't correct. But the way that the collision system, I believe, works, it doesn't ask anything about order. It says, hey, does this layer collide with that layer? Does this object collide with that object? Do these two objects collide, right? I could look further and figure out exactly when this is called. Maybe I should go look at this. Object layer pair filter. Object 1 is a non-moving. Object 2 is moving, or object 2 is a debris. Object 1 is a moving. Object 2 is a non-moving, or a moving, or a sensor. I'll figure it out eventually. I can modify this if I really want to. I can definitely modify this. Cast shape. Physics system cast shape. The body. I can't just change the whole thing like that, right? Let me see if... Let me see if I can find some kind of... wow, that's literally not organized at all. Jolt. Physics. I'm looking for some documentation that might say the order can matter, right? Object 1 and object 2 will be tried both ways. It'll be like object 1 collides with object 2, and then object 2 collides with object 1, right? And then it checks. But that, I feel like that doesn't make sense. That wouldn't happen. Okay, so here's something. Did I miss it? Right, so object layer pair filter, object versus broad phase layer filter. Adjust the camera again. Or we can probably go auto now. Okay. Object layer pair filter, object versus broad phase layer filter. What are those defined as? No, what? Or object. Where do you think it is? Where do we think it is? Who knows? Object layer pair filter mask? No. Object layer pair filter. Might have it. This should be an and. That's exactly what they say. Two layers can collide if group end mask is non-zero and group 2 end object 1 mask is non-zero. Should collide. And. It's an and, not an or. And. Matrix dot should collide. Okay, where does it happen? It's gotta be in this one. It's not in that one. It's in this one. Okay. Jolt layers should collide. I'm sure there's not too many of these. Direct space state. Body filter. I'm looking for that specifically. This should collide. What now? I don't see that call being made at all. Isn't that crazy? Alright, what is a jolt layers? Object versus broad phase layer. Okay. Object layer pair filter. Awesome. That's where this one comes from. Which their implementation uses the AND. Uses an AND. Object layer pair filter. S get group. Get mask. Okay, alright. So that's like a big change. Hopefully everything still works correctly. Because they both have to collide with each other. Shape casting, what? Apparently I didn't write that change. Oh, where is it? Yeah. That's definitely a Godot mistake. Jolt's own default implementation uses the AND. So it must be fine. In the case with the virtual player, I am manually moving that, and that uses the mask to check for collisions. And only the mask, I believe. The should collide is like a rigid body that's moving. It basically scans and says, hey, does this character body and this, which is a rigid body, does this rigid body and this rigid body collide when I touch it? And it'll say, yes, because I can collide with it, but it can't collide with me. It should say no because it can't collide with me. Right? That's what should happen. But when I do my own casting, when I do my own motion, I'm doing it all myself. So I just use that layer, or the mask, to move myself. Alright, so hopefully everything looks exactly the same. Tough. Get this. I don't... Bro. What? Desktop mate. I don't know what that is. Alright, I know what that is. No. No, that's stupid. No. Alright, so... The thing is, it should say it collides with static objects in the broad phase. It should say that. So why does it not do that? Object layer in a broad phase. Matrix. Static constant matrix. We just invent a matrix. So allow collision from dynamic to static, static to dynamic. So why does it not collide there? Add VRM support. You keep saying that, and I still don't know what that is. And probably no. I'm not going to support anything that I have to support deliberately. Something that's not like an expectation. Like I'll have controller, I'll make sure it's on all platforms, and that's the support that it gets. Nothing else. So why does it pass through that object? Because it should be going into the broad phase body static. Also, it looks like it literally allows everything. So I'm actually a bit confused. Okay, you keep saying... No. No. If VRM has anything to do with what you sent me, then no, definitely not. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, cool. 100 followers. Nice. I don't know who followed, though. The last follow was 2 hours ago. What's the point of this? Body static. What's the point of saying that? From object layer. Broad phase. Decode layer, broad phase. Broad phase. Coded layers. Oh, it extracts it. Okay. But then it's not even red. YouTube do something? What do you mean? So we pull out the broad phase layer. I guess perhaps what I can do is I can probably read in. If it's a static object, then we use an OR. If either object is static, that's it. If either object is static, check if that, check if the other scans. If one of the objects is static, test only if the non-static scans the static. Okay? So if jolt broad phase layer, where does that come from? Right, so we get okay, so I guess maybe what I do is I should instead say matrix should collide layer type bodies. I'm so confused. Broad phase layer using namespace broad, jolt broad phase layer static or static big. Okay. Static. Static big. You need a lot of return. Yeah, second scans first. First scan second. I hate that formatting. That is so bad. Such stupid formatting. If the broad face layer of object 1 is static, check if the second object reads for that object. If the second object is static, check if the first object scans the second object. If essentially neither one of them are static, they both have to collide with each other for the collision to happen. One of the objects is static, test only if the non-static scans the static. Yeah. And that was just printing stuff. Okay. Okay. This should solve that. Those objects should be considered static objects. The terrain and the shapes, the CSG stuff, should be recorded in the body static. If they're not, then I have more issues to solve. Whoops. Okay, I like dragged it off. Awesome. I still collide with the ground and the terrain. And now in theory, I can't push this anymore. I certainly cannot push this anymore, but I can still jump on it. Because my movement is all my own code. So if I were to make this thing just start going and walk in front of it, what happens? It pushes me. Good. Alright, cool. I'm gonna go and try and flip this over really quick, so I can try to just like walk straight into the wheels and see if I can make that happen. Come on, flip. Stay upside down. Alright, that's good enough. Okay. I need this thing to like flip over. I think I should just be able to like drive into one of these and like get lucky. Oh, hang on. Nice. No, can I stop doing this? What's crazy is this thing is actually really prone to flipping over, and it happens a lot, and now I can't make it happen. Oh, I should be able to use this, like, half-pipe thing. For sure. Please stay upside down. Alright. I know what I could do. I can raise the center of mass. Very slightly. And now maybe it flips over a lot better. I could also drop the inertia stay just like that. Okay. Awesome. Okay. I just totally don't collide with the wheels. Huge. All right. Now, it seems like other collision still works. This is like a very iffy thing to be modifying. But it does make sense to me. If either of the objects is static, check if the other scans that one. And only then can they collide. It should be the case that static doesn't collide with static, because that just wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, so static doesn't even collide with static in the first place. So yeah, I guess I would do should collide between the two broad phase layers, and yes, it would be, oh actually yeah, it would be like paste this here. Well, okay, bring it back up. Because I think I still want... Is that fine to do? From object layer, does from object layer use decode layers? It does. It decodes collision and then decodes layers. Right, okay. Because I want to use this method, I think. So I would do return should collide between object 2, so P coded layer 2, and well, I guess I can do second scans first, and should collide between coded layer 2 and JPH broad face layer. Yeah, broad face layer. Okay. This seems more correct. I'm not sure if that's like an optimization for speed or performance, but it's correct. It's what it should be. We should also factor in the fact that their broad phase layers are like that. I mean, maybe it's already considered, actually. You know what? I bet it's already considered. So I'm actually going to just remove that. Just do this. And, yeah, just do it like that. Because I'm pretty sure it starts with a broad phase, layer first, and then it checks the individual object layers. So statics, I say I only care about the non-static one. And in the case that neither one of them are static, they both have to collide with each other. They very specifically both have to collide with each other. So that just means I have to be very... I think I already had to be careful about layers and masks, where if I put something on a layer and then I put it on... I don't put it on its own... I don't mask it with itself, then it, like, can't collide with itself, which I think already happened, which is kind of weird then. Why did that already happen? Except, in this case, I have things colliding that shouldn't be colliding because they don't mask each other. I'm not sure. This is doing what I want to do, though. So, I'm adding modules. I think I can restore that one. So, yeah. Improve object mask. Collision detection. So if either object in a collision is static, consider only the layer of the static object and the mask of the non-static object. When both are non-static, they must both collide with the other for collision to happen. Right, so I believe a thing that I did with this was I wanted bullets to... Did I want that? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm crazy. I know I set up like object rigid and object small rigid for the purpose of making the small rigid, making certain objects not collide with small rigids. Now I'm curious. So what I would want to happen is why did I do that? I think it was to prevent them from colliding with corpses. Okay, well, no matter what, they both have to collide with each other for a collision to happen. If not, they must pass through each other. Weird. I don't think I yet understand the implications of this. Why did this pop out? I don't know. It probably just did. But it is what I want. I know for a fact that's what I want. I want this. I mostly needed this and symbol between the two. But then I need to make sure that in the case of statics, we only care about the non-static object. And what it wants to do. If the non-static wants to collide with it, then it should. I guess what I would really like is to have like collisions that can go one way. So say I have two dynamic objects, right? Say I have let's say I have a bullet casing falling onto the truck. All right? The bullet casing hits the truck. I want that collision to happen. Oh my gosh. That was rude. I want the collision to happen, but what I would really like is for the bullet to receive impulse from the vehicle, and the vehicle to receive no impulse from the bullet. So I would say, vehicle, you exist on layer 7, but you don't care about collisions with bullets. Bullet, you exist on layer 8, but I do want you to care about large rigid objects. I want you to bounce off large rigid objects. So I guess what this means is I need to find some way for that small rigid object, which exists, which can collide with everything, and the large rigid objects, which essentially ignore impulses from small rigid objects. Maybe what I really need is I need to make that like properly integrated into the physics engine. Because I do have instances where I want things like that to not collide in the other direction, I guess. I can demonstrate something right here, this. So if the motion type of the other object, type 1, yeah, that's the templated thing, the apply velocity step. I gotta find where it's called. Solve velocity constraint. Again, type 1 and type 2. So, I mean, I guess what I would have is... I mean, it's pretty... I mean, okay. It is fast. I guess the issue comes in where that wheel, if I run over... I mean, actually, I guess if I run over a small object, it's gonna contract, compute the force, and then reapply that force back to the ground. I guess it's only an issue when that ground is static. Because I was thinking, like, what happens if I take my vehicle and I drive into a pile of bullets, right? I want the bullets to go, you know, to be pushed out of the way by the car, but I would like the car to basically receive nothing from that. it drives them as if it's much heavier, and it would be heavier. So the vehicle doesn't need to apply velocity back to itself. Whatever. I think I should not care about that. I think if that happens in the game, I have tricks I can do. Surely. How did it take like 19 or 20 seconds before, and now it's definitely taking, yeah, it's back to like 35. What causes that? All right, well, I get the wheels fixed. What did I change here? The environment's not real. I moved the center mass up. And I changed the name of those. That's all I did. Let me double check where that really is. So I think I had it at 6.2. Alright, let me try 0.68. Because I moved it up and I feel like I still kind of struggle to flip it. So I'm curious, because I know that my current center of mass is unrealistic. It's way, way too low. Where is it at? 168. It's back on the right layers. Is it? Back on the right layers. Didn't mean to close that. That's fine. Okay, how easy are you to flip? Let's do the race. Actually, let's back up. Let it sleep. Okay. Get a 0 to 60 readout here. Okay, still good. And I flipped, but I'm back up. Okay. Alright, so I'm not toppling. I don't really feel like it's, I don't feel like I am... light, I guess. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say here. But essentially the center mass being so high that the vehicle just kind of floats because the wheels keep detaching, essentially. And it seems like it kind of recovers itself a little bit. Yeah, it still manages to recover itself. Pool drifting. I missed that checkpoint, but whatever. They're not real. They're guidelines. Right, so this is where I would really feel it if it was that bad. Oh, I was going to say I didn't flip over there, which was surprising, but I did. So unfortunate. I don't know if I'm aware or like cautious of the flipping, so I'm like being more careful. I definitely am, actually. I don't know why I say I'm not aware. I definitely am being cautious of flipping, so I'm trying not to go too crazy with speed. But I guess the real thing is like, you know, if you're being cautious and careful, you shouldn't be able to flip it. It should be really hard. You have to like really try. Okay. I'm just gonna go off-roading on my own. It's barely even an off-road, that's just a hill. Alright, what happens here when I collide? I flip, and I'm back. Okay. I think that inertia thing is probably what really saved it. Not necessarily just the center of mass being lower, but making it so the rolling inertia is higher than like it really should be. Okay, now I'm totally upside down. And it flips itself back over. Okay. Also, I bet I know why like the simulation was exploding sometimes. Because I believe the calculation for like the maximum impulse that I can have is set to float max. Which is like ridiculous. A huge value. It probably was the case where like if I get both the front tires to hit at the same time, they just apply so much force onto the vehicle that it literally just instantly becomes infinity. Because it basically just, you know, applies like 1e to the 100 amount of force on the vehicle all of a sudden. Or I guess even more than that. Because if they contract fully in like a single take, and there's no limit to how much they can apply, maybe it was even the max up. position constraint not being set up. So let me try this. Because I know I had a lot of success with making it happen pretty consistently. Pretty much any time I tried to do it, it would happen. This curve right here, that corner, is where I pretty much did it all the time. I was like, oh, I wonder if this is what's happening. And then I tested it and it worked. And then I did it like 2 more times and I got it to happen every time. It may have to be the larger one though. Okay. A larger curve. Or a larger difference. Alright, let me try hitting this one. Okay. Maybe it's been solved because I have been using this vehicle a lot and driving over those a lot, and I still haven't like popped out to like to infinity. There we go. I wonder if the vehicle flipping could be a new, like, a test for something. Because I've thought about having some things in the game take physical time. I guess in-game time to happen. I have an idea for like a pit. Like if you fall into like a dug pit, you need to have the shovel equipped. The shovel will allow you to escape the pit in like 10 minutes. If you don't have the shovel, you escape the pit in like half an hour or maybe an hour or something, because you have to dig your way out. I guess I don't really know how that would work with the zombies though. I guess the idea is that there can't be zombies nearby. So the thought with a vehicle, if you flip the vehicle, what happens? It takes time to flip it back. How do you flip the vehicle? I've said that you just don't. If you flip it, it's flipped. You have to like use an explosive to launch it. I guess that's actually what it would be, right? Because there are explosive zombies. And the idea is that you shoot them and they explode. So I guess that's what you have to do. You have to get an explosive zombie. Here's the thing with that. I've said that they would be blind, so they can't just track you. But I guess they can hear. So perhaps they will still wander. You can get them to follow you by like shouting or just somehow making noise. And then you would shoot the explosive zombie next to your truck and just pray that it flips back over. Or, I guess if it's totally upside down, you would have to, or maybe like you can just physically push it to flip it. Because one thing that I don't have yet is, you know, I walk into the vehicle, I'm not pushing the vehicle, right? I should be able to walk up behind the vehicle and physically move it by jumping into it. Or just by walking into it. That is one thing I want to set up. Like I'd be able to push the vehicle by doing this. I'd be able to turn it maybe. I could jump in. leave with the wheels turn. Yeah, so that's something I still need to get right. I think they need to rotate based on... like when you're inside of it, it flips back, which I think is fine. I feel like that makes the vehicle control way better when it does that. But if I jump out while holding left, I feel like the tire should stay there. It should stay like that. Right. Or at least like if you're at a low speed, it's amplified by like the velocity. Maybe that's all it would be. Do I have anything changed with this? I did. I moved the center mass up. And then I changed the name of those. And I moved that marker up. Alright, I'm setting this. Let me double check what's actually changed. Should just be center mass, the name of the nodes, and that. Okay. Oh, I know what's going on now. I figured it out. It's because I changed it from... I got rid of the T here. Okay, so the thin border is still there. That's fine, honestly. Tweaking the controls when I focus on controller only. Alright. The lines... Yeah, okay, it's lined up. Alright, so... I've set that. Now I want to go and limit the maximum impulse from the suspension. That needs a limit on it. I don't think I need that one. Should not need that one. Yeah, this actually is that. So wheel. Alright, so it's actually going to be right there. Close this one. Should we close these? Okay. And I should better close that. Okay. So I believe, okay, I'll need the access constraint parts because I need to know something about this. So it has total lambda. It also has a spring part. Total lambda. Spring part get bias. I gotta figure out where this is really set up. It should be not that one. This vehicle. Just plain vehicle constraint. So I have suspension part. Perhaps what I can do is I can just set... I can make it a setting on the wheel. Because we do suspension part, solve velocity constraint. Suspension part should be this. Right. So wheel settings, wheel has M settings. Oh, vehicle constraint is a friend, so I can access settings directly. So yeah, I think what I should have is a maximum impulse value. No, because what I would really like is for the maximum impulse to be limited to is there a way I can let me see. So you have spring part. I believe there's like a calculator, compute something, configure with stiffness and damping. So it does spring parts, calculate properties, stiffness, damping. So spring part, calculate that stuff. Let's go look at spring part. Stiffness and damping. It would do spring properties helper. Stiffness, damping. What? In bias. I don't understand how does this actually do. Just go suspension bar, solve velocity constraint. Setup constraint. Is body passed anywhere here? There. Okay. Essentially what I want to do is I want the spring to apply no more force in a single run than like 5 millimeters of displacement. I mean, I guess what's really the case is that colliding with the cylinder from the side shouldn't push the suspension up, but it does. It should just push the vehicle, like, forward. Maybe what I could do then is I could put like just a box shape around, or like a flat lane, or like something. I guess it can't really be, it can't be flat, so that's not how that works. K is the spring constant, X is the displacement of the spring. So, what is X? Okay, so it has, okay, all right. It has to be a part where it's computing the suspension collision, I guess, is happening. Suspension parts solve velocity constraint doesn't actually. That doesn't do a cast there. Where's the shape cast? Here. Store the contact point. And then how does this collision get into suspension length? M suspension length, current suspension length. Okay. So somehow this needs to be read in for no. That's it. This line. Not there. Here. So C is literally the final length of the suspension. C is passed in for stiffness and damping. It's the third from the last, which is the in C. In C. Calculate spring properties in C. Properties helper in C. M bias. One sec. What does this say? Each iteration, we are not computing the whole impulse. We're computing an increment to the impulse, and we're updating the velocity. Maybe I just... Suspension part. Hey, Yulia. Is an axis constraint part. The thing is, the stiffness... I lose the stiffness. This thing. I really want that value. I lose that value. That value is lost. It literally just goes away. So... So what is this? In the suspension direction and the contact normal. Alright, I mean, okay, so I do remember something here where a maximum impulse is computed. What just happened? Oh, no. I guess I just stood still for a second and stopped talking, right? So... Didn't I see somewhere where they compute some max impulse and they like save it for each wheel? Where does that happen? Who does that? Someone does that. They have like a list that they keep track of. They save it and then they come back with it later. Oh, here it is. Max lateral friction impulse. So they computed at some point. Max. Yeah, so they just compute it and then they read it back later. Can I do the same thing here? Where during the setup, I compute some value and save it and then read it back in the solve. Okay. Let me search for setup velocity constraint. It does take in a time. So I want to see if this is called constraint manager setup velocity constraints. That's probably it, isn't it? Yeah, that's the only place it's called. Okay. Where was that? Constraint manager, S setup velocity constraints. It's called one place only, which is in job setup velocity constraints. So this is physics system line 314. This should happen every step, right? Update. Awesome. Every step this happens. Which is what I expected, but I just wanted to verify it. All right. And that setup has to happen and be done before we can read it before we can do this, because set a velocity constraint and then solve velocity constraint, because the suspension part uses those calculated values here. So what I could do in vehicle constraint is probably compute a max impulse based on essentially saying, take the stiffness value, and I say that I can't apply more than, I think I said like 5 millimeters of impulse. I'll start with 5 and see what that does. I think it's also probably the case where maybe I just have a limit on how much the suspension can contract. Because it's right here. Maybe that's it exactly. I think this is computed here. Yep. So collision tester uses it uses predict contact properties and collide, which I closed those, so I need to go back and open those again. Thanks for following, Sarov12. Sarov. One of those two ways. Where is it? I think it's in... Yeah, it's here. Have you tried using Rust? No, I have not. I tried Rust for like a few days, and that was it. So in-out suspension length. Oh, this is, I want to start here. Yeah, that kind of, oh, this is just out suspension length. What was your experience? I just kind of found it annoying. It was really nice because I didn't like have to set anything up. I just got like Rust and I was able to like write a program and run it, but it was annoying to write programs. You said I used it for like a day. I probably have like less than 5 hours ever using that language. So this one, right. There needs to be like, yeah, that's probably actually it. The problem is that it can move the whole suspension by its maximum length in like one step. That's the issue. It should only be able to move... I don't even know. Some upper limit. Spent the last 2 years maintaining one open source project in Rust. That's cool. I think it's a very cool language. But like I said, I just, for like the 1 hour I worked on it, genuinely it felt like I just didn't know what I was doing. It's really hard to start. As soon as I try to do anything more complicated, it was the borrow checker. How do I decide the maximum rate that this can move? Do I get... No, it's actually pretty sad. Learning curve is steep. Yeah, it was. Actually, I'm wondering about something right now. If I just drive into this like in a straight line, I like bounce off of it. Why does that happen? Okay. Alright, now I understand why. But then this motion... Yeah. I guess the thing that sucks is that the force of the suspension is split off from its collision. And you don't get... I guess you do... Oh, wait, actually you do. Okay, never mind. I have the wheel index and the vehicle constraint, so I can read in... I can actually get these wheel settings. Every time I have to open a file. I literally have to have 2 files open every time I want to look at something. That is the one thing I hate about C++. And I really like Rust for. I don't have to have twice the number of files open because people can't decide if they want to do implementations in the header or in the C++ file or both. So I can get wheel with an index. Right. And get wheel with an index from the vehicle constraint. Oh, the wheel settings are right there. Well, maybe if I would just pay attention. So... How do I make this work if it's either frequency or... I guess frequency means it's oscillation in 1 second. Is that right? So if that means it's 1, then it would go up and down in 1 second. Or does it mean it just goes up in 1 second and down in 1 second? Probably up and down. Yep. If it's stiffness, then I can... Well... I mean, there's also this. So this computes all of that. It computes these 2 values. So wheel suspension parts. What do I say? It's like from the settings. You know what? Since it's a setting, I can literally add an option that says how much can you what's your maximum rate of contraction? Right? Or like an interpolation. Because I think in my mind what it should do is it should read the maximum length that it can go to, or I guess just the length that it can go to, And then it would just interpolate between the current length and that collision length with some speed, or I guess some factor. So I guess that operates. Yeah, that's wrong. What do I do? Okay, I had an idea. I guess the real issue with this is that it's colliding from the side. Which, I mean, it needs to be able to do that. Anything that I do to interpolate the distance this can travel messes with the whole, basically the whole spring thing entirely. So if I were to say, all right, you can travel 90% of your distance in one tick, then maybe this is where I use, is this where I use? No, I was going to say, could I just use damping as the factor? Like 1 minus the value. So if it was like a high damping, it would resist compression basically more than it already does. I'm trying to fix what happens when the vehicle is basically on its side, which is what's currently allowing me to like launch it by just rotating the wheels or steering the wheels. I basically put them in the ground and then they just instantly apply a huge, basically they're like full compression impulse in like a single tick. Is it that maybe what I could do is I can like track the impulse, like accumulate the impulse, and then apply I don't know, like 70 something% of it or like half of it each tick. Would that work? Not really. No, not really. Wait, is the issue that the side of the vehicle, the tires extended beyond the edge of the vehicle? Maybe that's why it's like glitchy when it's on its side. Because they can't... I think that's it. I mean, it still doesn't solve the thing when an edge comes in from the side and the wheel just instantly pops up all the way. Like, that still happens. Oh, wait. In the case where, like, the car is... Sorry, I hit the mic. In the case where the car is sliding and it bumps into an edge, the tire is going to pop up instantly. Actually, even into a wall, that's going to happen. If I slide sideways into a wall... Let me test that. Let me try to make that happen. Let me try to slide sideways into a wall. I don't really have a good... Okay, well, I just hit the front of the vehicle on that instead. Wow, that really wants to whip around when I reverse. Yeah, let me just try driving like side into this. And I just totally... Okay, well, alright. Okay, let me do this. Let me just make it happen. So I happen to know that tires extend very slightly out from the edge of this. That should be enough. So if I just drive the vehicle straight from here, and let me make sure that it doesn't move. What was that? Okay, so hopefully the vehicle should be pretty still right there. I guess I'll see. Okay, pretty still. It probably didn't move too much. Can I even solve this problem? Is it possible with all the setup this has right now? The problem being, I don't know, should I just write in some... No, I can't. I have the wheel. I have wheel settings. I have wheel settings. I have stuff here. The maximum impulse is also in a unit that I'm not familiar with. It's like Newton seconds or whatever. It's been like pre-multiplied by a delta, I guess. This is essentially what it means. Alright, let me look at this. Again. All the way up here. All the way up here. So, apply velocity step. Lambda is what? Oh, that's nice. Impulse j to the power of t lambda. I wish I knew what either one of those two meant. Because I don't see any power functions. I don't see -1. Oh, this is mass inverse. The new velocity is the old velocity at this value. Inverse mass lambda times p, which is the value. Velocity constraint. Clamp, total, solve velocity, get total. This one returns total plus, it's in what? In total, apply. I don't get this. 110 this morning. It was like an anonymous follow or something because it just happened with no notification. I mean, can they write any more confusing? Could they write a more confusing and harder to like read file? Like this, the amount of times I keep coming back to this file and having to like read this whole name very carefully to make sure I'm looking at the right method, because it's my anger is a linear function of the amount of time I spend looking at pretty much any of the code in the Godot repository. I know this is Jolt physics, but it's also just straight up copied into Godot, so it counts. I have yet to see any code, except for mine, of course. Mine looks great. This is, you can read. I don't have a line going literally off the screen. Like, look at this, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 lines just go straight off the screen. And it also just so happens that the the parameters I'm most interested in are literally always like the last couple parameters as well. Like, dude, every like 10%, probably more like 30 or 40% of the lines of code here go off the screen. Every line of code that matters goes off the screen. Like, can we use the enter key ever? Will anyone ever use the enter key? Please. Press enter. Press enter. This, just do this, okay? Please. Just do this. Wow, I can suddenly see everything. And the order, like I don't have to scan left to right. I can just say 1, 2, 3, 4, and like, just go right down the list. I'm like, oh, I know I'm looking for the body. Oh, there's body right there. But here it's like, all right, where's body? There's a body. There's a body. Can we write worse looking code? I don't think so. I don't think it's possible. All right. I give up on that. Honestly, I give up on that. It is... I'll say it. I'll say it. The vehicle wheels are a little spaghetti. Their logic is spread over like 7 different files. For how the wheels behave, their behavior is in like literally... Actually, it can't be an odd number because every single class has 2 files with code doing stuff in both files. So it's at least like 8 files. The wheel file has code. Axis constraint part, spring part. Did I say vehicle? Vehicle constraint, wheeled vehicle controller, axis constraint part, spring part, wheel part. 10 files contain the logic for this, for a wheel and how it behaves. At least 10. Has it been my stupidity and skill issues that I like take so long to do anything with these wheels, or is it because I literally have to have 10 files open constantly to begin to understand how they're working? Maybe it's that. Maybe it's the fact that there's literally 10 files. Most of them don't even have... I was going to say most of them. 2 of them aren't even like directly related to it, and this one is honestly more comments and templated function calls than anything. Like, why? Why does it have to be a template? Why did it have to be a template? There's no reason for this to be a template, honestly. I feel like the compiler can read. Does it save time? I don't know, because here you have to this code runs every time. You're doing a case statement or switch statements. Does this actually save any time? Please use the enter key. Please. I'm begging anyone out there who's ever writing any code, press enter. Sometimes. Okay, at least press enter sometimes. This is like a deranged obsession of putting everything on one line and avoiding the enter key at all costs. Like, the only time an enter key is allowed is if there's a brace or there's a semicolon. And he's like, any other time, I cannot press enter. I refuse to press enter. I'm calling it done. I called steering done. Steering is done. But now I want the suspension to not be absurd. Instantly contracting its full length and applying a massive impulse. I was going to say in one tick. Technically, it applies a massive impulse over like a couple ticks because it takes time for it to actually push the body out of the way. So it still spends like several ticks applying like maximum force. And I feel like if it was just a little bit more organized with a little bit more, you know, relevant data next to each other, this could probably be like a couple line change, right? Because I got here, and I'm like, here's where I pass in the max impulse. How can I compute the max impulse? Great question. I have to save it somewhere to recover it here. Actually, the input, that actually doesn't work. Now that I'm thinking about it, it actually doesn't work. Because it's not the case where I'm going from full extension to minimum length. It's the case that the fact of being minimum length has to apply some force to the vehicle. That can't be spread out over time. It basically has to be applied now. Because what happens when the vehicle falls down and it just actually compresses the spring slowly, but to its minimum length. It needs to apply that full force then to push it back up. Maybe this is just the case where I do have to, in the collision test, there needs to be a limit for how much it can compress, the speed that it can compress, minus disregarding stiffness, frequency, damping, all of that. Maybe I just have to do it here. Must be a library from some random GitHub for Jolt vehicle physics done and just tweak them. I have already so many changes made to this. That's my library. My Godot library contains the Jolt tweaks. You're talking about the code. You're talking about my repository. I'm the rando on GitHub with Jolt vehicle. You're the loser. Got it? Yes. That's me. You're talking about me. Out suspension length. So when this runs, I'm assuming we run vehicle constraint closed. Oh, no, it's right here. So I have a calculate constraint. No. Nope. Not there. I have collide and I have predict. Test if we need to update this wheel. Simplified. Contact body is not invalid, so we had a prior contact. If we don't have to forget it. Extrapolate. Predict contact properties. Using the current contact body. Where is it? Let me read predict. Recalculate contact point, assuming the contact point is on an infinite. Okay. In-out suspension length. Interesting. Max suspension length times fraction. Yeah, the issue is that it's not remembered. But I think it is passed in every time. So even though it says in out, the previous suspension length is always passed in by reference. And it starts at 0. So perhaps I can say when it extends, it has some maximum rate based on I actually don't even know. What's that maximum rate? Maybe I call it damping. Maybe I just read in the damping value, because that's always going to be there. And I just say I can't go further than or not even that. I just say that when I do move, no, I can't do it like always. I just can like already visualize what happens if I do this. If I take in this damping value and I say one way I can do this is I can take in the change. So, okay. So on both of these, I get a reference to an out, but technically that already contains a value. It's either 0 or it's the previous length, which initially it should just be the max length. I'm assuming, okay, so that's so this is a full test, which means we start with the assumption that it's at maximum length, which sucks. That just sucks, okay? That just sucks that we reset the length. Because if I do anything like that, that means every time we choose to say, all right, let's do a full update of this wheel, and I say, I can only move half of the distance that I want to go every frame. It's basically going to drop that wheel into the ground. And it's going to move it like halfway up. And it's going to apply a small force. And you're going to visually see the wheel just fall into the ground. And like, it's just going to keep doing this, right? You're going to be driving, you're going to see the wheel drop into the ground and then come back up slowly. That's going to be happening constantly. This number of steps between collisions. Maybe this is... I mean, what are these? Honestly, I think these might literally never be changed. So... 1 and 1. Okay. If number between collision steps is 0, number... Here's the thing too, if it's like does not equal 0, right? Current step plus wheel index modulo 1. Modulo 1, does that always return 0? It's always 0. Okay. So right. So maybe what I do is I just delete this. Yeah, you know what? This line goes away. And I'm just gonna ignore the code up here. We're never calling predict contact properties, we're only calling collide, and we always have the prior suspension length. Always. I'm never resetting it. Okay. So now here, I have collide. I have an out value. I'm going to damp it. So I have the out suspension length will be an interpolation between the current length and this value using something. Do I have like an interpolate math function? Possibly. Math. No. Really? All right, let's go here. Quaternion. All right, I gotta implement it manually, I guess. Okay, that's fine. least not necessarily manually, just write it manually. All right, so float target length. So what I want to do is I want to do from the current length, or I guess it's times wheel settings dot suspension spring dot damping. Where does spring settings come from? Spring part? It would make sense. No, of course not. So I'm going to play the game of where is this defined? Where do we think that's defined? Axis constraint part? Spring settings? A struct in here? Or it's like a union? Not there. Constraints, spring settings. I found it. Right there. Damping. Okay. M damping. I am writing here times wheel. Just give me the thing. I don't think I have the right const here, but I'm writing it anyway. Damping will be I think I use like 1 over. No, I mean use damping over the physics system. Does physics system give me the delta time? 1 sec, I gotta move the window. Okay. Wheel settings. Oh, they didn't even use const here either. Wheel settings. I have to go open it because that thing can't detect these files. M suspension spring. Is this a pointer? No. M damping. A 10th. Actually, I think I would really like to multiply it by... I'll just do it by a 10th for now. Okay. So I have that times... I want to progress towards it with 1 minus the damping. So take this one, plus the target length times 1 minus the damping. So if the damping is 0.9, which is really high, which means it should take longer. I'm assuming I don't multiply by a 10th here. It would mean I basically take 90% of my current length and 10% of the target length. Am I supposed to divide this by 2? Divide the value by 2. Or no, I would take the difference between these two. So if the target length is longer, I travel the distance, a certain distance towards it. Is that the right order? So if my current value is 0, my target length is 1, it would be 0 times that plus 1 minus 0 times 1, essentially. Right? Okay. So let's say my current length is 1 and my target length is 2. Maybe 1 with a like 0.5 damping. It would be 0.5 plus... Oh, actually, no. It should just be this plus the difference times the damping. So if my current length is 1, my target length is 2, it would be, with 0.5 damping, it would be 1 plus 2 minus 1 is 1. Times 0.5, so it'd be 1.5 after one step. And then 1.5, still the same thing, target length is 2. 1.5 plus 2 minus 1.5 is 0.5, so 0.5, so 0.25. So we'll travel from 1 to 1.5, 1.5 to 1.75. But this value will be really high. Okay, let's say it's going from 2 to 1. So target length is 1. Current length is 2. 2 plus 1 minus 2 would be negative 1 times 0.5. This would be negative 0.5. So from 2 to 1.5. Okay, that seems right. Okay. And honestly, I'm just going to do this down here so it's more clear. So if I like 1 damping, it'll be 1.0 minus 0.1. If I had 0 damping, it'd be 1.0 minus 0. So it covered the full distance in one step. Okay. Also, if it's false, this technically means the target length is max length. Okay, but I can set it up here at the top. Yeah, so I still have an issue where it needs to, this has to happen. If it is not a null pointer, do that, and then I will return that value. Target length would be max, or multiplied by that. And now this goes back to target length. Okay. Cool. So I get rid of that line. That deletes valuable information about this suspension. And then, no matter what, I'm updating the suspension, so I'm either going towards max length because it didn't collide with anything, or I'm going towards its compressed length because I collided with something with 10% of the damping rate. Or I guess 1 minus 10% of the damping rate. Alright. And I gotta do the driving test. That's a lot of changes. Yeah, still an annoying thing about this. I changed code. I didn't change declarations. I don't know why it has to recompile all of those files. I think something's just wrong with that. Okay. How do we look? I'm seeing it go into the ground. Alright, they're still like jittering. Pretty badly. Alright. Those were like the big tests that I wanted to do. Not necessarily just like running around, but this needs to be higher. Let's say 50% damping. That needs to be way higher. I think I've instantly noticed a difference. I did. But it's not enough. I think it basically only handled the case where I'm driving straight into that curb there at a high speed. And it kind of allowed me to get over it, but there's still like just the right speed the vehicle launches because it contracts too fast. I don't see anything in the error console, so... Right. Still glitchy. Right. Maybe it should be just 100% damping. Maybe it should just be 100% damping. I'm seeing a huge difference going at high speed over that curb, which I really like. But still, it's laying on its side and it's like bugging out, essentially. I could make the tires a little bit thinner, I guess. I don't really want to, though. I could set them into the vehicle more, but I also don't want to do that because that changes its rolling, essentially. Moving the tires is not an option right now. Changing the tire size or moving them is not an option. This has got to be fixed through something. Through code. Now it's never going to settle, is it? Yeah, that's funny. Okay. tough. That's what I thought I would see. So the problem is just these sudden jumps. I mean, that's really it. The sudden jumps are bad. Maybe I say it can't travel more than 10... Maybe I say it can't travel more than... damping % of its maximum length. How do they use max? They just wrote like clamp or something. Clamp. I probably have like max, like uppercase max. The smaller value between target length and times damping. 1 minus damping. So if I have 50% damping, I can travel half of the suspension max length in one go. So this still allows me to perform small changes immediately, but large changes are not allowed. And perhaps I even say 10% of this. Try that. Okay. Oh, I'm super hungry. I gotta get lunch. So annoying. No way. Dude. Okay. Clamp. I guess this can go to 0. You cannot be upset about that. It's gonna be upset about that. Really? There's no reason to use doubles. Okay. All right. Interesting. 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 How did I manage that? Target. Oh. Oh, I'm still doing this. Ooh. Oh, what have I done? Target length is clamp. Max suspension length. Or no, it is target length. Come on. That is correct. This line is supposed to be that. Awesome. Now let's recompile 50 files for 2 lines of code. Like, why is capsule shape 3D being recomputed, being recompiled? That doesn't make any sense to me. Generic 6 degree of freedom joint 3D. There's no way that's related to this file at all. Just dumb stuff. This is so good. What have you done? I will see. Okay. I gotta get food. I keep working on this and I need to stop myself and get food. But I want to see. No matter what the result, I'm gonna get food. No matter what happens. I'm not even gonna play with it if it looks good. I'm not even gonna play with it if it looks good. Alright. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go get food. Tough. I'm back. And I've got food. Be right back. I'm back. Alright. I realized what I was doing wrong with the suspension. The difference in suspension length. The difference is what I limit, not the target. So, it should be this one. But I will comment that. And of course, using this, it would be target length minus out. Minus that. And this is what gets clamped. So it'd be offset equals sine of offset times clamp, paste. Already had that written. Offset. Absolute value, I think. Maybe. Of offset. From 0 to 10% of suspension max length. Is that like a good order for this? Sine. Cool. Okay. And I'd be looking at offset, or just out suspension plus offset. That's all it is. So, oh, just delete that line. Max suspension length, or sorry, target length is max suspension length, or a portion of the distance it can travel without collision. Then we take the offset, which has a sine, and then we limit the offset to between 0 and, which, I mean, absolute value. I'm only using the clamp because I apparently don't have min or max. I don't know why. Or possibly just min and max. Did you mean min? Min declared here. Maybe it was that. Alright, well, let's use min. The sine of offset times the smaller value between offset and 10% of the max suspension length times 1 minus damping. So if damping is 1, 0. Okay. The larger value between damping and sure. Or max would go out here. So if damping is 1, it'd be a very, very small value. Probably too small. Say 2. And I may as well just write it like that then. So we can, with 0 damping, we can move up to 10% of the max suspension length in a single step. With full damping, we can move essentially 1,000th of the max suspension length. So I'll see how this goes. I may need to multiply damping by some value here. Maybe this is just what I should do. 1 minus damping times 0. All right, have I got... Also, if I'm running a min and a max together, isn't that just clamp? No, because the max is only applied to that. Okay. What's the problem? please. Cool. I finally forgot how to use the min and max function. Finally. Though I'm not sure why it doesn't just coerce it to a double if I use a double, and then coerce it back to a float. Not sure about that. I feel like it could be smart enough for that. Okay, so does it look normal? Awesome. And it settles. Yeah, because the only thing that I do is I limit the maximum length that I can change in a single go. So. Awesome. So if I were to go like this, the side, and then run into it like this. Okay. Maximum speed into here. All right. Sick flip. So stupid. Okay, so I feel like it's 0.5. We can move up to so if damping is right. Oh, this is kind of not correct, actually. Whoops. It should be this times 0.1. So minus damping would be 0.45. Yep. And then times 0.1 would be 0.045. So I can move 4.5% of the max suspension length every take. That's the limit. All right, cool. Whoa, all right. That's very floaty. Okay. Too much. 0.5, this would mean 1 minus 0.55, 0.45 times 0.5. This can move 20% of the max suspension length in a single take. %4 was definitely too little. Yeah, so it's still quite extreme. Okay. So, not quite enough. Should I square the damping? Thanks for following. Super furry bros for Wexcar. Yeah. You finally decided to check out the stream. What do I do? Maybe I square it. Maybe I square this. So if it's point... No, that can't be right. This might not be a good solution. Stream notification pop up and decide to give a status check. Give me my stream notification. What do I do? I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think there's a way I can make it work like this. If damping is... Maybe I do square it. That would result in this being a smaller value. Green there. Damping will be... minus that. Then I think I multiply it with itself. Or I guess it'll be... the max between that and this. Yeah, I'm thinking this just isn't a real solution. It's like a weird hack. Actually, I think I figured out what it should be. There should be... it should be a limit based on both considering how far it moved, or that just the maximum impulse should be limited by how far it moved. So if it moves a little bit, we can apply the full impulse. If it moves a lot, we apply far less of that impulse. So the wheel can still come up really quickly. It's just not going to apply... Well, that actually doesn't work, so it only saves you for like the first tick you drive over something. It'll apply a little bit, and then it's going to say the next tick, oh, we really didn't move that much at all, and then it's going to apply the huge impulse. So that probably doesn't work either. Alright, I'm trying with the squared impulse, with the squared damping. That looked normal. I drive into something. Okay, well. That was a bit extreme. Yeah, so it's still, like, too much, you know? It's just that, okay. Maybe what I really need to do is I need to compute the... The force can be multiplied by... Or no. Okay, here's the thing. Let's say the car is flipped over. Let me just flip it over again. Maybe. Nice. Please and no, okay. I'll just do this. Okay, here's my idea. So I do the cylinder ray cast, the cylinder shape cast for the tire. It hits the ground, and how much it can contract is actually limited by how aligned the normal is with the suspension direction of the collision. So if the other surface, this has been, yeah, this might actually be it. So this is the thing. The vehicle is rotated like this. If I turn the tire like this, all that should happen is the tire just pushes the vehicle up. That's all that should happen. The suspension should literally not be contracting here. Right? Because this is just insane, right? This you don't see that you don't see that in real life. Right? If the vehicle's like this and you turn the tire wheel just turns. It just turns. So the normal of that collision is basically at like a 90-degree angle to the tire suspension. Right? And that's already partially accounted for somewhere up here in vehicle constraint. Somewhere down here in vehicle constraint. They do a division by like cosine or something. Suspension direction, the contact normal. So is it possible this is actually incorrect? Because we're essentially dividing it by world. Is it the wheel suspension direction? Yeah. Wheel suspension direction with the contact normal. They're essentially at 90-degree angles, so the dot product is basically near zero. Actually, the max is really not increase. So it's actually the case where the stiffness is higher. Because when you divide by a number below 1, it increases. So this is actually fine, I think. It just doesn't work when you're near 0. Maybe this should be allowed to go near 0. What happens if I let this go near 0? And to test this properly, I'm just going to comment all this out. I guess this actually still doesn't stop contraction. So really it should do the same thing here. Alright, I want to see what it does though. I bet I have an idea of what it will do. I think it's going to make it launch, honestly. How many zeros did I add? I added 2 zeros, so this is going to be 100 times more powerful at 90 degrees. I honestly expect the vehicle to launch when I run it sideways. Like, it might literally just immediately fly away from me. It's possible. It'll be funny if it does. Alright, so there's a different mistake I made here. That's definitely, it wasn't just this. I did this wrong. Right. Seems realistic, yeah. Alright, I missed that. I have to make a bone rotate. Alright, thanks for the update. An hour later, the bone needs to rotate. Why was it moving at all? I don't know. Whoops. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. All right. Will it launch? Definitely more bouncy. Probably. All right. Okay. And now it's unrecoverable. I actually can't recover it anymore because I can't do the tire trick. All right. So it didn't launch. Honestly, I thought it would. But that's whatever. Now, here, it genuinely needs to... I mean, honestly, I think just kind of copy this. So... Dog. Yeah. Someone was walking by. So do I get... the wheel contact normal? Ah, okay. It is really warm right now. I think I gotta actually close the window. I'm just getting blasted. Now he's upset. And he is leaving. Yeah, it is suddenly way cooler. I just had the sun blasting me. Alright. So this is on the wheel set. This is on the wheel. The suspension test gives me a wheel. I get the wheel. I get the wheel. The wheel is a pointer. Okay. And now from here I should be able to recover the... Wait, did I need the wheel? No, this is the This is the contact normal. I might be... Yeah. So I should be... The vehicle constraint should have a method that I can retrieve the world transform of the wheel. Right? The wheel transform. That's in Mat 40. 4x4. Or I guess it would just be basis. No, I don't want that. What am I doing? Right, well, I don't think I need this. Yeah, I don't. Wheel. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually need this. But I do want the wheel transform. And do I have to define these? I do. Vec3 right. Right is positive x. Oh, wait, look. Wait. It's right there. Shape cast start. All right, let me get the wheel up. How do I get the up from a 4-4 matrix? It's in math, of course. And I'm guessing R mat 4-4 is something special. Alright, I guess I don't know. It would be probably... I can multiply it, I think, with the up vector. Or I guess I could do get axis y. Yeah, get axis y. Cool. And then depending on the dot between wheel up and the contact normal, which contact normal I can't remember, is that the contact normal has to be because they're using it the same way here. They're dotting it with the wheel suspension direction. Why do they... Right. So if the contact normal is This might actually solve everything, really. Um, the body transform. I have the vehicle constraint. The vehicle constraint. Do I have... a transform matrix? What do they do here? The body transform is... I guess it would be get body, get world transform. Yes, exactly. Get vehicle, body, get world transform. Okay, so then target length, okay. Oh, I guess I actually do have target length. But then I have... So basically, okay, so I think what I do is I blend between my current length. No. Let me just start with this. Start by doing that. Okay. Actually, yeah. Okay. So this is going to be like an interpolation between the current suspension length and target length based on the angle. So if... hold on. So if the angle... Okay, first of all, I have to get the amount here. So fraction will be I'll just call it C.S, like, I don't know. I need the in vehicle constraints. Is this a... it's a reference? It should be. Get vehicle body. This should return a pointer. Body pointer. I believe it is get global transform, get world transform. I'll just write this. Just copy this. Get world transform. And then it would be the multiplication goes dot multiply 3, 3, just like this. Wheel, not the wheel up. It's just going to be the suspension direction. Which is wheel settings. And then that's a vector 3. And this will be dot with the negative contact normal. Dot negative dot contact. Arm at 4, 4. I'm just going to do a little bit of cleanup here. Gotta take the dog out. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm back. One second. Okay. Like the door keeps trying to close, but it's not. I'm seeing things. Body transform, get world transform, suspension direction. We take the body transform, multiply it by the wheel suspension direction. And then we dot that with the negative contact normal. This gets me a value between -1 and 1. I pretty much just want to limit this to the larger value between 0 and that. And so now I can do target length will be multiplied by collector m fraction times the c.s value. And you know what? I think I want to square root this. Nah, I won't. Okay, so that's not actually what I want to do. I think I still want... Yeah, okay. So I still just want the target length there, but the difference between the real length that I go to is going to be based on... Okay. Actually, I think it's really going to be based on the wheel, not the suspension direction. I think it should be... Because I have the suspensions out a little bit. No, actually, this is right. Yeah, this is right. It should just be the suspension direction. Okay. So here, I would say... Yeah. I have an offset. And then I have... the offset is going to be this difference multiplied by c.s. And then I would do target length would be equal to target length would be equal to out suspension length plus the offset. Is that right? It's just weird because I have this plus this. But I guess it is a difference here multiplied by this value. So I can't, like, simplify that. It's fine. It looks weird. I don't know. Maybe compiler fixes that or something. If that can be simpler. All right. I feel pretty good about this. This has got to be it. It's got to be what I've been looking for. Damn it. Well, that didn't work at all. What did I do wrong? It looks like it didn't change anything. Like it literally didn't change anything. It's definitely still compressing it like crazy. Hey, Gilia. Yep. RD8. Alright, let me play this in slow motion. It's gonna be, like, very inaccurate because I don't know what it is. There's just a lot of physics stuff that it's not like I'm just running the engine slower. Things literally happen differently, but I might be able to see just something that I think might be happening. Maybe it actually didn't work at all. Because I feel like that's like more than 90 degrees. It shouldn't be compressing at all right there. Like, this is a very small value when it's nearly 9 degrees. It is very small. I guess in Godot would just be running sine through 0 degrees, right? Or rate, yeah. That ain't right. Radians of 1 degree. I guess it's not actually a really small value at 1 degree. Yeah, I know that, like, this... This is what I was kind of expecting to see. Okay, so I kind of want the opposite of that. Maybe I could just square this. So small values become really small. Line of... Do that. Max. Okay. This probably isn't very physically accurate, to be honest. But maybe it stops the crazy bouncing when it's laying on its side. Maybe that's a small enough value for it. Why does that just launch it like that? It's so stupid. It's still like, I've made it even smaller now, and it still looks like it's doing nothing. So is nothing happening? Is this not happening? So I get the target length, I compute the offset, and I reduce it by a dramatic value, to be honest. This is a huge reduction. Wheel suspension direction is body transform and multiply 3 settings suspension direction. Wheel suspension direction dot negative contact normal. Is nothing actually happening? Yeah, that's... It literally should not contract there. That's crazy. It is absolutely hitting at like a perfect 90-degree angle. So... This is wrong. This isn't giving me the suspension direction. We are dotting with the negative. Which is M contact normal. Contact normal is the second to last parameter. Out contact normal. All right. Squaring it. This has to not contract when it has a ground. It has to literally not contract. Maybe I even require the angle to be a specific value to contract at all. Maybe it has to be at least within 10 degrees before it can start. And then it starts ramping from 0 at 10 to 1 at perfect alignment. Okay. I need to see it not contract. It needs to stay fully extended until the thing starts to like rotate over. I mean, it was less that time, I guess. Like, maybe it's not the change needs to be limited, but the amount that it can contract needs to be limited. Maybe that's it. The maximum amount that it could contract must be limited. So if the angle is maybe that's it. Not offset. It's just going to be Um, times collector m fraction multiplied by minus c dot s. No. No, it would be... It would be... Welcome back. One second. I'm back. Time switch to GLB. I'll stop coping about FBX. Okay. Maximum it can contract is based on its angle of collision with the ground. So it would be like target length minus, or I guess this. People are making amazing levels on Mind Eye. That's a sad waste of their time. No, surely not. Surely not. Target length minus target length times this. So max suspension, my target length times m fraction is going to be 0.2. So target length minus 0.2 would be 0.3. That's incorrect. So it would be, I mean, I guess just like What? Would it be... subtracting 1 minus this value? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Just do... I don't know why I'm trying to make it complicated. Essentially, I want to blend between times this and this. So the original target length times 1 minus that value, so that'd be very nearly 1, and then add the blend towards that. Okay. Maybe. Okay. Don't contract. Don't contract, please. Please don't. That's what I thought I would see. I thought I would see it intersecting with the ground. So maybe I've got it, kind of. So I'll see what this does. Okay. That might not tip over. Okay, it is. It's gonna flip the other way. All right. Let me go back to just being this, the dot product. Okay. Somehow, the wheel needs to apply force back onto the vehicle as if it was physically present. But I'm kind of okay with it not doing that for now. My real goal was just to make the suspension stop, you know, glitching, essentially. It looks glitchy. It's bad. All right. I think that might be it. It was sliding, and I guarantee you it's actually going to slide like that at normal speed. But that would be solved by just having the wheels be a little more physically pushing back. Because currently how it works is just the suspension. Only the suspension pushes back on the body. The wheels don't apply friction. So I'm happy with this though. This is what it should be. Awesome. I should probably put that on like a keybind. A debug thing. I could make that a command. Why didn't I think of that? Alright. Yeah, if I just get in the wheels having like applying friction to the vehicle, this wouldn't happen. That just wouldn't happen. Alright, but this is good. This is what I want to see. No bouncing. I can do this, which is fine. Like reversing and doing this. This is even more possible now. Cool. All right. Let me have the truck fall just straight down. All right, this is good though. This is really good. Just want to test this. All right. Tough. And we're good. Nice. And then, awesome. It's not weird. Huge. All right. Okay, that's good. That's it. That's what I want. And it's even like, you know, physically correct. We'll just delete all that. Delete that. Limit based on contact normal alignment with wheels suspension axis. Cool. And this is, you know, physically correct, right? It contracts as far as essentially the force that's actually applying on it. We're not gonna snap back up just because there's ground underneath it. It physically can't contract that far. Okay. I will, I guess, do a quick test at a really high speed over. Oh, I forgot there's still a line for this. All right. I guess I should actually drive it around too instead of. Yeah. Okay. I'll do a driving test to make sure. The thing is, it only has a real effect when you're very close to being flush with the ground. It has a slight effect with the suspensions being bowed out from the vehicle a little bit. They're not straight down. But I guess that's, you know, that's logical still. And it's only a maximum contraction, how far it could possibly contract. So it can still contract basically most of the way. I might make the suspension softer at some point too. I think I have the frequency at like nearly 2 or something right now. I think it should probably be lower than that. Oh no, that's it, isn't it? Oh, we're back. Okay. Yeah, so now at this point, I'm really... The vehicle is genuinely stuck if I flip it. There's no glitching. I mean, maybe I could spin it fast enough. I think technically I probably still could. But I think you need flat ground for that. I tried that earlier and I couldn't do it even on flat ground. So maybe not. This turn's really hard to get right. Call me insane, but I feel like it even makes it easier to handle, actually. Just that slight bit of, like, less contraction when I am, like, turning to the side. Oh, yeah, that's it. Maybe? Maybe I can get out of this? Nah, that's, like, actually it. Yeah. That's it. That's stuck. Well. Do I have any changes with this one? Whoa, what? Did I was like off a little bit. Okay. Nothing actually. So what's the change? I need to write this. And then that line's deleted and that line is a lot stronger. Okay. Maybe I should undo that one and see if that helps with the strange gliding that it does. Maybe that was a good limit on it before. If I can locate it. Okay. I guess I may as well restore the position changes that I made to this, because I don't need it. Okay. Whoops. Oh yeah, maybe I was actually only gliding because I was on quarter speed too. Let me see. Yeah, it falls asleep like immediately. And I'm holding shift to force it to stay awake. It's moving a little bit. You can see like the movement here when I'm like this zoomed in to it. That's fine though. All right. I'm gonna do the test again. And I guess I should always test the 0 to 60. Restarting as if like I have to. There we go. Felt the RPM drop. I feel like the music is really quiet. It kind of is. Have I been like messing with my... Maybe my volume thing got messed with. Ooh, that was perfect. And that didn't send me absolutely flying. Nice. I don't know if it's just me, if I'm like imagining it, but it seems like it was really... It's really bouncy right now. Ooh. Yeah, totally missed that turn. Wow. Yep. That's it. Oh, maybe I can get out. No, that's it. Wow, yeah. You cannot recover that, the truck now. I feel like I gotta complete it at least once, otherwise it's... Maybe I need to consider adjusting something. Or I just need to add an actual supported way to flip the vehicle back over when you flip it. Which I definitely need to do actually anyway. Yeah, okay. So... Damn. I have to do this once. I have to get through the course once. Perfect turn. I did lose 20 miles an hour, but... Alright, I broke more than I needed to. I should probably be using the handbrake for the turns, honestly. Yeah, I should be using the handbrake. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, because when I use the normal brake, that stops the front tires, which actually prevents me from turning a little bit. Oh. That was almost a gamer moment, but I lost all my speed because I was hitting the side of the road. Or I was hitting the side of my tires. Yeah, I went way over that one. Okay. Oh, that's so nice. Another real... Yeah, the off-road part's definitely going to be the hardest one to not mess up on. It is so bouncy. This road really sucks. Uh-oh. That might be over. And I recovered. Of course I have to go through the checkpoint like normal though. Even though it's not a real checkpoint, I don't actually have to do that. We'll say I went through. And this is why I wiped out last time. Okay, so if you're still careful, it is difficult to flip. I say as I nearly flipped it again. Without even really trying to do anything risky there. Alright. It's coming along. Now, can I just like... Okay, I was gonna see if I could just skid sideways and flip it. I'm like tapping the handbrake while I turn. Yep, you can flip it if you want. And then we just come to a screeching halt. I might need to do something about that. I'm not accelerating right now, and the engine isn't really losing RPM. Interesting. Weird. That's definitely a bug then, isn't it? I'm pressing nothing and the engine's not slowing down. Oh, now it is. Now that we're being dragged away. Oh no, it just went back up like another 2000 or 200 RPM. 400 RPM. Yeah, this is weird. Am I not resetting the forward input? Is that what's going on? I tapped back. Yeah, okay. That's an input bug. That's got to be an input bug. Definitely an input bug. Whatever. Alright, did I actually change anything here? I know I changed something there. Did I change anything here? I moved the vehicle higher. Okay, we'll just move it down 0.3 then. Alright, that's where it was. Cool. Right, so I take that off so I don't lose it. I should probably leave a comment above that then about this change. It's probably really a really important thing to document why that's commented out. Nothing like dead code, and no one knows why it's there. Here. All right, cool. All right. Improve suspension for cylinder wheels. Did I spell that right? Yeah. So, do not compress suspension when contact normals are at extreme angles to the suspension direction. This prevents glitchy behavior when the vehicle is resting on its sides. Cool. Awesome. It's in. All right. I really hope this progress pace keeps up, because yesterday I got the steering how I wanted it. Today I got the wheels to stop glitching. They don't bounce off of you. They don't apply dramatic forces when it's on its side. I think it's acceptable to me for now. Oh, I have an input bug. I'm just gonna add that to the to-do, because that's not... I think in normal gameplay you don't notice that. But there's definitely a bug right now with the input. So, oh wow, this has got to go up top. The vehicle seems to Not decay forward inputs when button is released by the player. That's my guess. Yeah, so I think for now it's acceptable that even when it's on its side, it can move around. I'm okay with that. But that's definitely something I want to fix later. I don't think... the vehicle needs to receive like impulses back from the wheel. Essentially, it needs to be like there's a real object, a rigid object attached to the car. So when the car tips, the visual message is just going into the ground. The vehicle actually hits that wheel and is like, oh, I can't compress, and it will tip back, right? Welcome back, Helio. I'm wrapping it up right now. I can either have that be... I mean, I guess it could just be an impulse that applies back to the car. I think that's probably good enough, right? Let me just undo this back to where it was. Let me just close it without saving, because I don't know where it's at. Don't save. Why did it get so bright? It just does. So I think the next thing now is going to be making it collide with like me and zombies. I guess zombies first. Nah, I'd like to be able to push it. I want two things to happen. When you're basically stopped and you leave the vehicle, a handbrake will automatically apply, so the vehicle will stay still. I want to make it so the tires don't turn back to center if there's no driver. And I want to be able to push the vehicle. So if I get out of the vehicle, I guess before I apply the hand, I'll need some kind of way to make it so you can get out of the vehicle without applying the handbrake. Or you know what? Maybe it would be you just hold space and then you press E to get out. So you like apply the handbrake. And it will stay locked when you exit. But if you don't do that, then the vehicle's going to roll. And I could get out and like push the vehicle. I want to be able to push the vehicle from the back or the front and have it roll. And then at that point, I think I make it run over zombies. Yep. I mean, that stuff is going to be easy because that's just input. I'm like done with, I'm like actually, I think probably done with the physics part of it. I say that an easy part is going to be input, even though I spent like probably a week on just trying to make steering feel good. Alright. That's it for today, though. Very nice. So thanks for watching. Thanks for all the follows. Really cool. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.